plead guilty at the stage and hope for a more lenient sentence, brah. No. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. Bruh. This gonna be like insane. Okay. You've said it, Professor. Upload a 6-hour VOD now. Oh, bruh. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that... Do this. Okay. Despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty, or are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Yunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Wait, we learned this, just hitting the table from Asogi Den, because we do that later. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Good. No camera panning. I like that. Indeed, no 360 panning or 270 panning. Prosecutor Aichi, please continue with proceeding. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless, you know? Many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that drum-struck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witness at once. Let's fucking go. Witness, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Yasanosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employed as the purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Arasate, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kyoryo Korekuta, at your service. You like the Nosa design? An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the date in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. This dude here? Hyunk. And not infrequently, converse with the interest parties regarding the queries with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnera. Unk design too, he is an Unk. He's grandpa. He seeks out potential customer who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. I don't know, yeah, it's like fucking, oh, that's like 5,000 years old. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that surgeon looks more like he'll be a seller rather than a buyer. Bruh. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Why he's also doing that? Affirmative, the enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. Bruh. It was that black uniform rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's and is as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure he heard a strange noise during that time, that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Woo! Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Let's go. What the witness saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on an English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconding precious curio. So he didn't see anything. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired a weapon at the victim. Oh, we're gonna use a map and be like, you can't actually see that. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgettable enemy. Why is he having a knife? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Linosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I say hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. I mean, isn't it just a girl then? Then when I finished, I got up from the seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's true, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Let's fucking go! Cross! Mana! Cross-exam. Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of... he's like in like a student in a classroom be like raise his hand. This trial, what in the name of the emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean the defense. Demands his rights to a cross-examine. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do so. How pathetic. Shut the fuck up. Huh? How do you know? So? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Exactly. Kazuma is so commanding. Yeah, he's the type that he does what. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins. Lunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. You just fucking bluff. You, mata? Ieari? Isn't obvious. You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier has said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key of doing that is evidence. To doing that is evidence, right evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness lying. Now let's go. Lunosuke, don't let them beat you. Yeah. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witness saw. Let's go. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Oh my, he's spitting bullets. I haven't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tisha? Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as high decorated as a cutlet. Okay. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Oh my god, I love Lunosuke. He's so fucking cute. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tisha? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict. Atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to the questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of whack crying noise? Yeah. Negative! Wee. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. I'm not gonna say what I think. Affirmative! It's not easy knowing that what question to ask. Oh, prime presser, to accidentally press a witness during the first cross. Okay. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden curio to the military gentleman. I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban, boy? Koban. You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said items secret in my bosom pocket, in hope of an affluent cognoscente appraise of its indisputable value being present. So you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. Where am I going now? You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hopes of purchasing a precious Koban. Yeah, I see. Isn't that so? Well, you're a little upstart, Cadet. You want to add disrupting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination? No, I didn't say anything. Oh, 怪不得有 washing. Oh my god, he has a baby at his back, that's why there's wham. Although penniless might be just a word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remains precious few present with whom I could engage in disclosure about matters of business. Disclosed. The gentleman assigned me, who was gaping with his braised veil at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. 哦，确实 ，Yeah, yeah, this thing. 背小孩的这个袋子。At a precise moment, fire was discharged. Firearm was discharged. So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative. I saw you laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on an English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, private? Thinking carefully about a statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard a gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when a killer actually fired a gun. And double R. And double R. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you. Get it? Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've gotten where I am today in the army if I could have sensed danger in the air? Actually, I think that's pretty... That's kind of true now. Or, like, you would read a room, or you would know the temperature or atmosphere, like in jails. Like if you do that well, then it's like good for survival. But like if you're not, it's like reading people's mind, or like knowing what to say in the situation, right? Like it's like a skill. Well, it was seeing the soldiers absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Evidence? Black uniform, varsity, fire on English from the back. Oh, it's not from the back. Oh, we're gonna say the bullet didn't went through. From the autopsy? So this black uniform, university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce. Cadet? Who else do you see around here in black uniform, huh? Asogi? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but yeah. It was you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back and you call yourself a citizen? Yeah, it wasn't in the back. The baby's crying again. The great emperor of Nippon? You disgust me. Yeah, it's not from the back. Bruh. What is it, Linosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the surgeon just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, it's this line. Something playing on my mind. Okay, let me look at the last line. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record, yeah. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then just don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness' face and make him choke on it. Ooh. Yeah, I was on my hands. It's the fourth line. On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? What the fuck? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoei era Koban coin. Oh my god. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. You heard a gunshot, you mean? Nah, the other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically skirting the floor of the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. I mean, yeah, he didn't claim that he saw him, like saw me. Indeed, myself, I did not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Linosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is how. Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and press evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Let's go. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you will be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness statement. Yeah, we played GA. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Let's go. What's this one? No, go back. No, bro, I want to go back. No. That's like too fast. From the back. Oh, shot from the front. Okay, that's a photo. I mean, obviously said that I didn't went through, and the photo's in the room. Oh no, I think he's gonna say that it's not from the front because it passed through, and then we say that it did, the bullet didn't pass through from the autopsy. Yeah. ... What are you playing at, Cadit? What is the meaning of this subordination? Expressing some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Spit it out. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the surgeon's statement. What? Surgeon Iasa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform Carcity Cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the crowdly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own literally great eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, Cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Watson, died from the bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the Kurtbit shot the victim from behind. And that is an obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, baby! What the fuck? What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Until the moment I heard a firearm discharge, my eyes were on a baby, firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnaville steak, sir. Okay, it's a steak. What? Bruh. The last testimony of the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Surgeon Iasa Nosa, Did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Oh my god. Inconsistencies here for having simply presented evidence during the first cross. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Okay, where did this ace attorney phrase came out of nowhere? But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired a gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Old man, busy on the floor. Myself, I have already been quite clear. Yeah. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Blah. Yeah, the origin. He's supposed to be like Naruto's like past ancestry, like ancestor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prize whole era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there and then it happened. You heard a gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my AbstractGenmu whole treasure. Nothing could distract me out of interest. Did you find the coin in the end? No. I can't look away from the old man's big head. This? This looks like a mango. The hat? I see. The lamentable day, the precious Hoya Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous hoarder pocketed the prize coin for himself. Yeah, so he's a thief now. As I am sure everyone present is aware of this case, demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. We're at like what, 9 a.m.? Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. That beanie can't even cover his forehead, poor guy. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on his trial right now. Wait, we have an investigation? What is your position? Prosecutor Aichu? Aichi? Warning now, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Ooh. More witness? That's a killer. My witness have further testimony to make, Leia. Explain? Upon hearing their next statements, I will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The civil defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. Witnesses to testify again. You will surely explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Chirico glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, surnamed Idol. It would seem those straps are a sign of the surgeons being too straight to afford a nanny. Idol, tension. Your father's about to kill the enemy. Bruh. Watch and learn, my boy. Bruh. The true cryptic. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the fireman was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that Young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a virtual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. That's not right. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Okay. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact, brah. Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime console? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. I mean, she doesn't have to eat. As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottled carnival water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. Let me see. Well, this has to come out later. What's going on here? Is the oldest speaking like Yoda for a second? I think his grammar gave me a stroke. Guilty he is. That sentence he receives. No? He just uses like antique keywords, I guess. Or objects. Objects. It is just not possible that no one else saw that woman. I'm pretty sure, I remember like she has a mask over, like she has like something, has like a mask. Like the dancing ones? The not dancing ones, like the dance party? The waiter before said the same thing. They all got paid off. He maintains that Dr. Watson came to the restaurant alone as well. Wait, you were here with us. You didn't see the woman? I mean, he can't really be a witness though. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It was seen that we'll be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. Brah. The witness testimony we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is so fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aichi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. That headband floating is too majestic. Yeah, he has aura. How can this be happening? Look, this is the thing. Is this it? Is this it? And then be like, Mia. The judge is ready to roll. Stand tall, Luna Skit. It's not over yet. BGM? What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defendant is entitled to cross-examine a witness, but make it quick, understood? Tss. Rules can be so unbending at... What a douche. Aichi? Yeah. Uchi? No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an informed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Bruh. Putty MC vs Chad Bandana Swarman? I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. I can't tell. I can't do that. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. That's not true. So there you have it. Have what? Tension? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving a gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in his most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so? Korekura-san? Bruh. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as a curb pick, that's the only way you could explain it away. Objection, Your Honor. I'm legally blind, so by that logic, it didn't blink. He could hold his, like, fucking... Like, he could, like, not blink in, like, 5 seconds. Like, for 5 seconds. I just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Walson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot ran in my ears. Huh? Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Colvin from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Staring contest? Loser is guilty, bruh. Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did not see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. He doesn't do anything. Like, there's nothing that he says that matters now. At least for now. Oh man, bring a weapon? I think that's an antique. Well, yeah, it's a knife, right? You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Walson's table. There was a lady there. Okay, Asogi also has his knife though. Like, he has this, like, long knife. Katana or something? I think it's a katana. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Oh, dude, I can't understand a dang that you're coming out of your mouth. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have important information now. At least up to this point. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you expect. Yeah. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. It's afternoon tea. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of the day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? Oh. 这什么？这是什么票? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Konzo? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. Oh, it would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19 November, noon to past 1 p.m. 侦查, 视察. Okay. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Oh, we have that. I wonder. What do you think, Ninosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered in into the court record as evidence if you think it will be useful. Your Honor, the victim was dumped on the first day? Ask for it to be submitted. Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Because I want to. Because I can. Is my right? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Nope. Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Exactly. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense request. Defense request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Oh my god. On what grounds? Listen, you little. On what grounds? Evidence, you old cogger. Shut the fuck up. Because I want to, because I can. Okay? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. He is a boomer. He's how old? Let me see. He's like 40 something though. What we need right now is new clues. People. Bro, 51! Oh my god. 42. 47, 29. 38. 30, okay. 6, 7! Not, yeah, 6, 7. No, 6, 7. Lokunana. Oh my. Okay, he's not called what? Not Loku. He's called Kole. What was his name? Kole something. Kole Kuta. Yeah. His name is now called Lokunana. Yeah, Lokunana. Okay. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. Huh? You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but the day after the festival are ready for you. Someone drop kicked the old dude and submitted as evidence. Wait, the 6, 7 or this? Both of them. Package them both together. Yeah, Rokunana. Rokunana. Or perhaps what? Wait. Perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Bruh. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Rokunana-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimony of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only one single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for what? Okay, what if they use the same fork and knife? Or like she doesn't want to eat. She's on a diet or something. I don't know, like, this doesn't prove shit. No. The antiques dealer, the surgeon, and the waiter who testified where she doesn't like to eat beef. It's not possible. It is not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. They got paid off. No one other than a black uniform cadet could have dispatched Englishmen over and out. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I totally remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining company, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone, plus the waiter, yeah. Sorry? The waiter. Those testimonies, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly say the same thing, yeah. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. I don't have proof though. I don't have proof now. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this pantomime be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Linosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancy to light. Has to be the photo. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. How exactly? Yeah, okay, I gotta click. You've noticed that some piece of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Yeah. To relay the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Yeah. You can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. All right, I'll see what I can do. Need to use yeah. Inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Let's go. 市民 Oh yeah, John Waduan. 这最后一个字是吧？拜。念哭 Oh fuck! I didn't want to do it. Oh, how do I go back? Oh, right here. What's this? Oh. 哦，哭啊！你说这个，哭甜。Right. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It was seen so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's most modern practice in the West for pain relief. As I heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There is a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Oh, can't eat or drink? Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. So, oh yeah, we're saying that he didn't eat. He wasn't the person that was eating it. Really? Sounds like information we're bearing in mind. Let's fucking go. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again. Don't you? Definitely. Okay. The eating now. Yeah, like there was nobody there. Only personnel present. Dining all by himself is this though. Let's go. Well, I think, about what you're wittering, lad. Call yourself a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, though. Who said I was a lawyer? I never said I was a lawyer. Just because I'm self-defending myself doesn't mean that I'm a lawyer, bro. I wish I could, but first and foremost, Sarah, I'm the accused, exactly. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Exactly, just... I mean, I would say fucking just spit it out, but like, it's fine. Just like, take your time. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you know exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Positive reinforcement by mommy here. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Deep breath. Lokunana-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dare me, dare me. Have you forgotten my words so soon? You amateur. Sorry, what? You're not to interpret court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Shudodani. Remember, Lunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. No SCT words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimony the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside the pale-faced pupil who could possibly... Wait a sec. Medical report has nothing to do with the case. For the simple reason that... Do you really believe that? What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, they like read, is a dental clinic. Dun, 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 dun. A dental clinic, is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extract, what is this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating, they'll be like, he hungry, he wants to eat, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a reference. Yeah, it's a reference to the Hoda Clinic. Yes, I know. Just what are you trying to say, Cadit? He had orders not to eat. So what? I mean, it was eaten though. The beef is all written up in here. No food or drink other than the water for 3 hours post procedure while anesthesia wears off. My ass was eating same day. I had get 4 teeth pulled. The wisdom teeth, they told me not to eat. You know, like when I got my wisdom teeth took out, I think I took it out at the same time. Or I think they say like it's better if you do like, if you have like up and bottom, you take out one side. Like let's say left side first, and then so like your right side can eat or something. I forgot. I think I took out all 4, or maybe not. I don't remember. But I remember the doctor telling me like, oh, like eat ice cream. Like it's very good because like I guess it helps the swollen of what's it called? Like the scar place. And I'm just like, I don't want to eat ice cream because it's sweet and it's like sicky. And it's like I'm gonna be in a pain in the ass to try to brush that, or I don't know, to do that. 3 wasn't taken out and 1 on the right. Yeah. Like that's what I mean. What? No, that can't. Lokonana-san. Also, I remember like after I took it out. Well, okay, first no. Before I took it out, like I lay down on the like you know when you like lay down. And then the doc was like, oh, are you scared or something? And I'm just like, I'm already here. Like, I can't just like stand up and walk away. So it's like, my life is in your hand. Because like, I think there is a potential, like you could have your nerves get damaged when they take out your wisdom teeth or some shit. So you had to sign like a paper, like kind of like a waiver or something. And I'm just like, bruh, like I'm already here. I can't do anything. So do what you gotta do. And then it's like, they have the fucking piece, like the paper on top of your face, right? But then like your mouth spot is like open so they can do the procedures. And then when he was doing the procedures, like his hand was like fucking like touching my nose and my eye got itchy. And I was like, and they're like, oh, are you feeling pain? And I'm like, like, no, and they're like, okay, then stop making noise. I'm just like, you're fucking touching me, you're touching my outer parts. But I couldn't say anything because I could only, yeah. And then at the end, when he was like done, they're like, oh, here's the painkiller. And he's like, oh, there's like a little bit more if you feel pain after like a couple hours when like it wears off. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking eat it now. I don't care. Like, no pain. Give me all the fucking painkillers. Bruh, yeah. It was like itchy and it was like hitting my eye. I'm just like, what are you doing, bruh? I like the stuff they put in my arm. What? What are you talking about? What, boy? What? As you just heard. When he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured a court with unwavering self-confidence. The drug they used to put me under. Oh. I think for wisdom teeth, they don't give you the... What's it called? It's not like fully. It's like you're still conscious. I think unless like there's some other... I don't think pulling the... I mean, I know there's people that have it like where you just like... They just lose consciousness and they just sleep. But I think most of the time for wisdom teeth, they don't do that. They like inject like the whatever thing, so it gets numb. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Okay, it was only one teeth though. He could eat on the other side. And it doesn't... I'm just saying. I see. I think most people don't get full anesthesia for wisdom teeth. Actually, I don't know. I feel like... I know people that have got like full anesthesia for wisdom teeth, but it seems like it's like not... It's not like needed. I don't think it's like a default thing. Yeah. Had just one of the teeth extracted. Yeah. Anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Insurance covered it. Be like, yo, give this guy some good stuff. What is oh, I forgot the name, but yeah, the good stuff. Objection. What is nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's a very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Turned? What do you agree, Lunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the picture beefsteak? The court will hold the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready? Phantom Woman. Console? Oh, that means, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. There's a start returning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it? So, person eating a steak at the victim's table must have been me. The two witnesses, the victim himself. What if I say be me? I want to click me. I ate it. I think it may have been me. What? Wait, I don't get penalty, right? It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his will as well. That's a VC on a crying face, huh? Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like. Yeah, I don't have the penalty. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't need it. Look, the penalty. Okay, we'll get ready. Next time you make him a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Nah, you won't do that. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery or something. What the fuck? Alright, I get the message. Okay, there. The person eating, let's go. Victim himself. The victim himself, obviously. What? You just scared, come on. Pull yourself together. The victim could have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh yes, haha, of course. I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stunned the judge with that hilarious answer. Alright then, I can use this state of shock to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right? Sorry. Give you a knuckle sandwich instead of a stick, I know. Both threatening me, the two witnesses. They were hungry. I bet it was a surgeon and the antique dealers. Nosa-san and Rokunana-san. Are you taking the cake at it? You did all share durations with this descriptive graveyard. It's so me, man. So me with this British carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You little brain idiot. I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And as any soldier with his soul will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. It would seem you may need to reconsider your answer, Consul. Of course, Your Excellency. Okay. Let's go. Yet a known third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let us go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a had-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimony are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Minister of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Consul. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in a stand. Don't forget a waitress. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you literally lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in the murder? No! Nah, negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Let's go. Oh. What? What did you just say? Rokunana-san? Oh, no! You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was our... Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses give false statements. Hold on. The baby just be here, be like, is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. That's a dark age of law. Order. Consul, explain what is going on here. They got blackmailed. Or, I mean, it's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this, yeah. Clueless? Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Yunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aichi had any idea about it. Oh. It's the professor. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. Pursuit! So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witness keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait! Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, huh? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Let's go. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... There. What do you make of that? I think, Console, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Oh, that's wrong. Otherwise, the sign of disappointment in the courtroom may very well defeat you. Oh no! If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time too? Oh fuck, who is it? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. Bruh. I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut. I will, bruh. Nobody on my side. Okay, no, we have to look at this. Can't look at that. I can't even examine these. Oh, I can't click on automatically. I have to do this. Hey, look at this. Feed. The symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most bills seem to either round or rectangular. I like the spike designs, even though it doesn't really make any sense. It's like a star. Although it does cause problems, a lot of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. 106 06000. Professor's personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at a university. You may not come in, they say. You may not come in, bruh. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, bruh. But I still don't know my student number by heart. Always to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that, bruh. Okay. Don't autoplay, bro. I mean, we looked at this. Oh. Oh. Oh, the business card. This planned restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show that the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Huh, oh yes. What of it? Yeah, he couldn't have possibly seen it, no. No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. Huh. No, complicated characters would be like kanji too much. Too much. Huh. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder. You know again. How about the back then? Oh my god. Oh, right here. 刑事 Oh, the police. 现场舞。第什么搜查？帝都提督吗？这是什么？ It's this one. Oh, right here. Right, I just had to click on it. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. Oh, it's the waiter. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. Yeah. His job. Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Bureau Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Yep, let's go. This is what we needed. Okay. Oh, right here it says, yeah. Bouet. Let me just look at this. Okay. The same. Okay. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in that all of the evidence in the court record. Yeah, actually. Now that I think about it, there might be some piece of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. And what does the defense have to say about all this, huh? Well, Your Excellency, no, I didn't think. Yeah, right here. Okay. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier. Poppycock? What possibly reason would a waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Well, if he truly were. Come on, Linosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's identity as proven by this evidence. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency, that's the back of the car. It's the back of the car that's of interest. The front, you mean. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yeah. Yes, it's the front of the back of the car that's where the telling detail is. The other side. Will somebody please explain what this oversighted student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the pan at a restaurant on the reverse side of his business car. Yeah, that's good. The front of that business car reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The car reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witness there in the stand? Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh, let's go. Is he also like fake coughing? Inspector Hosonaga. BGMJ. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Yeah. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. There you are. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I tried to carry out all investigation flawlessly as my guiding principle, but I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant ranger? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurants recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at a restaurant. What kind of incidents? Murderers? Murder cases? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide, bruh. Of this case of homicide, huh? Very well then. Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other dignity. Therefore, I am lead to assume that in your professional capacity as an officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? That's not fake coughing? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! Huh, as I suspected. As soon as I heard a gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposed the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was a killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly term of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An English man has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as a primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory. Is a young English woman. Oh my god. What? Uh-oh. You're a Shred, man. Shred, man, I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Ooh. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at a university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. Do we get to investigate? Day 2? However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, or we just call her call a witness. It would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But afternoon, right? We need to teleport it. That will be missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Consul. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceeding of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jazzy Brit and escort her to the courtroom with the uttermost urgency. So yeah, we 15 recess, 15-minute recess at once, or excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special order you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, so it won't be a problem. Bro, like, I'm gonna die soon. Nothing will get in my way. Corporal jerk briefly, yep. Prosecution must call the English student Jazalil Red to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh, 30-minute. TVC. Trial part 2, yeah. $11:38 a.m. Bruh, they say noon. Noon is like 12 a.m. p.m. though. 30 minutes, bruh. That's like past noon for us to reconvene. Excellent work, Linosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Not the foot in the mouth, since they don't have that saying yet. Or they don't have that saying, JP. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistency in testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I won't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jazzo Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Okay, you didn't know that she was a student though. Dr. Watson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? Well done, both of you. Professor Mikota Toba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectation, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me, yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Kind of think of it. He has said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yep. Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Walson was a visiting professor at UNIT, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into a battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary length to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash her case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. The 10 defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what's hit him. Old fossils. Kazuma? Asogi steam here. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then I'm fairly sure I already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying a bird. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll say the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 好兄弟，好兄弟. Yeah, we're like past noon here. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Uchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry? Let the government scrutinize, that's their job, is nothing to worry about. Highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nation is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about. Yunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial. Anxiety over some foreign government's opinion. A bunch investigation. Missing witnesses. Is that what our nation justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, shut up! You jumped up, tricky boy! You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Sailing political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel really strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth and its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Yunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Gaki. Thank you, Consul. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from the Great Britain, Miss Jazil Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Yeah. Why is like he next to her? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea? Someone bring English tea? In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, Ava, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. Wait, why is he speaking? My name is Sadaru Hosonaga. Yeah. I have been working undercover as a head waiter at La Carbonell, but yes, he said we know about you already. Yeah, we were not asking about you. But my true, Inspector Hosonaga, where were your manners? England is always lady first. Bruh, is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Bruh. Sorry, no, skip. The powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Yeah, the mask. Oh my god, in scripts? Oh my god, I don't know how to read scripts. Does it cue? Wait, he knows how to translate, right? That's why he's here. 三位同学，这他们还是 cursive. She's French? That's not French? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Yeah. Wobble wobble? Whatever. Bruh. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the tones of the delightful language of the British people. Bro, I can't even know what she's saying. Okay, it's not like I know how to do British accents anyways. 像符一样，没有，他确实是 cursive 啊。谁能偷听？偷听不了。As far as I can tell. That bit is translating her words faithfully enough. Okay, yes, I agree. Wait, didn't we have English lessons? No? Haha, you honestly do fine in England. Kazuma, her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Yeah. Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes. Yeah. So we don't know how to. We don't know kitchen kanji. We have bad English. Yunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Britt. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Connerville, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. How do I do British accent? This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. That's not like a shock, to be honest, though. I would like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at a university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bruh. One day now, dear lady, would you be so kind to ask to cast your eyes over this photographic print? How can you see them? She's gonna talk herself later, I guess. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, what's harder than that? Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? This swan is real. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness a crime. The very woman, the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Let's go. She has a till as well. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolute conclusive witness statement. Bruh. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Let's go. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Okay. Frightening and sorrowful. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Okay, the scribbles are not what the fuck this English is right here. It doesn't match up. Professor was unable to easily order myself. Yeah, this is like fucking 4 lines, and then she only had 2 lines. Fake English. Order for myself only a beefsteak. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exclamation mark. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument, bruh. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Bruh. This is something of. That's an of. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. So you're saying that I could carry a gun? Because this is a condemning testimony. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Indeed. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at the Snow White angel. Oh my god. I'm sure even a dark-minded Squirtle like you imagine those words the court is going to believe. You're still making that same mistake, little skit. You mustn't blur it out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. You literally told me, like, I have to do stuff, like, or it's now or never. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Brit. It was decided that Miss Brit was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. It's the duck, or I mean the swan. I would think she would hide a gun almost anywhere in the outfit if she wanted to. Exactly. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is boo. Bruh. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Underneath this thing. Those are the witness' own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! Don't think about doing anything rash with this again, but I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. Ooh. The defense may now cross-examine a witness. Oh. Yes, Your Excellency. Right. Let's go. Yes. After 2 p.m. in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashion for Britain, do you? Late lunches are avant-garde, isn't that right? Yeah, oh yeah, the... What's it called? Afternoon tea. No? Oh, let's go. No. No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. A gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on a day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Britt and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, yes. That all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is, brah. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? You order yourself. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Halta Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? She gonna say yes? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. To have no fear, my dear lady. I fear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Watson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the dinners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. There's only one glass. What do you think? About the witness' last statement, added. Very meaningful. So it's this line then, no? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating? Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? There was only one glass? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep. Console. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will be apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Linosuke. Teresa and I said cheers over is this thing. Is this line. Is this line. There was only one glass. So both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yeah. Yes, being a waiter, I poured the 2 glass myself. Where's the other glass? Clearly remember doing so. Oh, they're gonna say that he drank from the bottle? No, for the 2, yeah. Except you're actually a detective. And a beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its door to the world, bruh. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Yeah, 2 glass. Bro looks like Clueless here. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. I'm gonna so cross every line. Our goal is turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce fight. Fierce argument. Never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. Oh my god. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still have some coffee to drink. The cute part, when Lunosuke are looking and shaking, looking at Eri, he still does that, no? And next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and said to leave. I have to fix the VOD and re-upload it anyways. Later. Then, not long after, the accused took the gun and shot him right before my eyes. Like I said, I did not shot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Oh well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. So? Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The highly suspicious lady. That will do, you dirty, rotten scorner. In a stand. Dirty. Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense? The lady is merely stating what she saw. She saw shit, and this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Exactly. Kimi no ego wo hontou ni couldn't have been a curved bit. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. What? You verified it? You looked up under the skirt? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. That's all you did? You just asked her, bruh. Surely you carry out a physical search, Inspector? No. Bruh! Why on earth no? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any other probing into the matter. Oh my god. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Wobby wobble? Wobby wobble? The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Oh my god. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Yeah. Not get her out of there. I just urge her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refused to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goaling you. We don't care. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from the head to toe in a dull black school uniform, bruh. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thin, thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous look you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already, and the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better, bruh. Either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. I did. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to explore the true face of the exotic foreigner that's hiding behind a mask. That's what I should be aiming for this cross-examination. In line, I think. Oh, cheers, right? Yeah. This one. Let me go back. No, I want to go back. Oh, I have to click the other. Okay. Right here. Quiet! That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense inability to express itself. Nisuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, we have to point it out. It's the cheers. Yeah, okay, we don't point it out. The cheers. Ms. Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh! You're quite right, Console. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over miniature? What possible difference does the present or absent of a glass make on a case? Miniature, you said? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady is present? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. So, are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? There's another bottle as well. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Hmm? Wobby wobble? Inspector, what did the lady say? What did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Bruh. Good gracious. Sorry. as I assured the court before, this is a no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's lunch-on companion before her very eyes, who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful lady of mischief? We accuse her of murder. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Even worse. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Threw it in a trash can? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Okay, so you could fucking put a gun in there. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has a very gracious explanation. It has very gracefully explained how and why you should remove the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Huh. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deep significance. Yes, you're right. What is it? So she took a glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there is the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do you try to keep up? It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for plot items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. Yep. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. BGM saw it. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Where's her handbag, huh? In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Well then, partner. I had a feeling you'll pick up on that too. You're right. What are you insinuating? You vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. Right? As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting, Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? Nope. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what? Prosecutor Uchi, why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? Thanks to your bowling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose a real woman behind a mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Say true? Bruh. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Yep. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because she said no. I don't have anything. It was unnecessary, yeah. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh my god. This photographic print. What? What do we have here? Oh, the back. Oh, the glass. Oh, there's a piece. There's a thing here. On the hand here. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be produced to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. No, you open this and there's shit inside? What are you talking about? Oh, they're saying that this is fucking transparent and this thing is inside. This could be like an outside component. Looks like a tattoo of bullhead. You're right, actually. This has to mean something. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment, bruh. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search a lady's handbag. Okay, it's in the fucking goose here, or the swan here. And there has been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Not Hodo-san. Is her name to Assassin, a Chronicle version 2? I already forgot. Remember that her original name was a pun. Oh, I don't know. You mean like JP? Order? Or this is like referencing on an assassin name. Jazen Lil Brett. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Okay. Can I examine that? I mean, there's nothing to examine in the photo. Think you've had long enough to cross-examine a witness. Consult, let's go. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted in the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh, Kazuma. I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now that the cross-examination of witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Objection! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. Bruh. You're wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Little. Inosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Let's go. Wait! Your Excellency? Slam the gravel and string goes back? No. Inosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. In the fan translation they did years ago, her name was translated like Anne Sasha Shin. I see. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. So it is the photo. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of question. This blatant straw clutching, look at the photographic print. Oh, it shows the handbag a gentleman was carrying on the day in question. Yeah, it's the hand. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ninosuke. I mean, we might as well. I mean, that's the only chance we have. The only thing we can do now. I understand your objection, Consul. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Huh? My thoughts exactly. Really. The prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about the photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. We pointed out. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. Let's go. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by a response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Right here it is. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Dear me, I was pondering what new pitfall you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report, bruh. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? The voices of the character got turned off? No? What? Everything is on. What are we talking about? On. And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aichi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. This is weird? You hear the music but no sound effects or voices? What? I didn't turn them off. What? Wait a sec. How's that possible? Default. Default's all on. The default's everything on. We can hear the sound effects but not the voices? I mean the voices like the objection and like yes, no? What? Oh well, what? No! Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may excuse from the standout, bruh. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I don't hear the sound effects, just the music. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Yunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? Yes. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if we don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to press the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Consul. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... The beeping sound when the text is showing doesn't have a sound either. Oh my god. Only the OST and a sound effect, like the surprise one. How's that possible? What? Bruh. Something's wrong then. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. Maybe I'll have to... Instead of like game capture, I have to window capture. Well, I mean, the other way is I have desktop audio. So that for sure should capture everything. But as soon as you pointed out that what I did notice was a color draining from Miss Brett's face. Okay, wait a sec. We could test this. I'll undo this. Okay, now I have desktop audio. I don't know if it's like louder or not though. Like louder than, or is it like less loud? Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Do you hear the dun 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 now? I hear everything? Yeah, because this is desktop. Okay, wait a sec. But this is gonna be inconsistent. Now. Wait a sec. Let me go back. Let me go back to like brief before. 你们能听到所有声音的是吧？你们这边是能听到这个噔噔噔噔噔这个字的声音是吧？ I think third child can hear it because on third child I have the dun 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 dun. Because there's like desktop audio on their side. 是的. Okay, yeah. Okay, so okay, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna keep it like this because I'm gonna download the VOD on third child. So on the VOD you should be able to hear everything. And then next time when I do case 2, I'll just do desktop. So then like you can hear everything. It wouldn't be a stream without issue. Oh my god. I guess it might be, I don't know, it might be the capture. Maybe like instead of like game capture, I had to do window capture. Also, we were like fucking more than 2 hours in. Nobody told me this. I was always doing this. Like, I didn't change the setting. That's fine. You don't need to hear the. That's the moment of truth. 对，他们听不到音效，但是我是点的就是游戏，然后但是他们能听到 BGM， 就他们能听到那个就是 yes 的音效，但是他听不到这个字的音效，就很奇怪。所以我刚刚测了一下，我说就是把桌面的声音打开来，就他们就全部能听到，因为你们是有桌面声音的，所以你们一直都能听到。Yeah. There's a moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. I don't fucking know. The shot? Water. Handbag. I have no fucking idea. Gunshot did not pass. Loss of blood. It's a tooth? I assume it was turned off. It was not turned off. Why would I turn it off? Why would I turn off the? 影响不大，因为我要重新上传回放。你们的回放能听到就行。Let me see. Also, like, why can't I click on the magnifying? I have to fucking exam right here. I've seen everything here. Let me, okay. No, is it one? Okay, this it cannot be the fucking follower. It's not this. Oh, it's this! Oh, he was already dead. Is this building? Is this thing here? Is this thing here? He was dead long time ago or something. Oops, 100%. Go back. What's this console? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in the photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need to stay with us. You may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? Hell. You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark, La Carnival. Ah! There's emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. You know, Suge, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. There are places at Herview that are hot as fuck, true. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on a day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other emergency time. Okay, even if it happened at that time, it's just like, it doesn't really matter. It can't really prove much. Well, sadly, Professor Aichi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury could have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Hey. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered a very long time ago. And though it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. We've been doing, yes. Where's the objection? I mean, they've said objection, but not like us. Can be more specific, Inspector. Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, Celsius? Oh yeah. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream in pain then, yeah. So like he died and then the hand went down. Oh, but somebody picked it up after 3 seconds? I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter. So? Doesn't matter. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Unless the person already dead. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. But what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plat for anything like 3 seconds of that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Console. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the surgeon, and the antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. What do you agree, Professor Aichi? Prosecutor Aichi. Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because already dead. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Okay, but we walked over and said hi to him. Can it really be true? I never dreamed we've arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of disappearance impossibility. On a day in question, when he suffered a burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man would remain silent when his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Console, are you suggesting? Bro, already GG. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please! Console, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by the gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor, I keep saying Professor. Prosecutor Uchi. Uchi is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Ms. Brent knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Ms. Brett, that you will have to forget your lunch on engagement. But Your Excellency? Oh, this BGM's so good. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Seishu. What was that smile? Yes, of course, let's go. I mean, I'll be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Oh my god. As a gentlewoman, I try to speaking in your Velarde tones as much as possible. I only speak English. The cursive English. I mean, she was having like more cursive shit, but it didn't match it. It was like she had like 5 words of cursive, and then the translation would be fucking 4 lines. Hi. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtue of English gentlemen. Oh my god. No, she's racist plus also what Miss Trans. I don't know how to say that shit. Straight up attacked the country. No, she attacked the country and she attacked the men. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your level. Oh, 私は日本語をスピークる。English better. Yeah, Miss Andress? Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously offer us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Walson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. More lies. Things are getting interesting. Yunosuke? Okay, so why are you still standing here? We don't need interpretation anymore. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I had no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you, bruh. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the chorus tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Shut the fuck up. Go to jail. The Minister of Justice made that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? A thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Britt, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problem with this witness testimony, I will be rolling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Not so fast, bruh. We're not done here. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay. No idea. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black roster of yours has been wide open. What? The fly? You cannot have noticed, can you? What fly? Huh? What? Ah! There's a fly? Where? Haha! What fun? You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself. What? Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Walson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorably silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Back in England, our gentlemen get like fucking stamped and shit, and don't have any don't make any sounds. Okay. His pants zipper, aka the fly. Oh, that's what it is. Right. I I saw like a physical fly. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Wait, she can't even see that. We're under the table. How can she see the fucking fly or the pan zipper? Well, I can't. Anyway, bruh. Also, she can't fucking see through this mask here. What are you talking about? When the waiter bought my steak, we raised in the toast. Raise our glass, bruh. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Watson was only permitted to drink water at a time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you said, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that, brah. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in the court. It means bloodshed. Oh my god. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, shit don't matter. Irrelevant. Not impossible. Oh my god, it's not needed. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhagic from ballistic trauma. Yes? Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on a hot place as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point. So how was he sitting up then? And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Uchi is right. I mean, it has to be like... without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, Dilly. And our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Holosanaga? As I've said, I'm always aiming for a flawless investigation. There would be a physical trace with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. I mean, are they trying to say it's some poisoning and then they don't have the technology to know that? If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument feels rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocent into question. On my honor, Takatsuchi Uchi will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. So it's a trace line? Inferior. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great Britain Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination, but in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Caronero is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh! Is this line? It doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Is this? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aichi is finally starting to see sense. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Britt just said. There was a moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. He's a simp, he is. Wait. How do I click on him? What do you think? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. It has to be him. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. Must be some clue where somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What? Inosuke, there is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? No. Yeah, actually, no. Yeah. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, he seems to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting a woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. I can move? Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay. Press on it again. Inferior. Right here. Wait! Yeah, right here, right here. Battle of MC lost. Yes, there it is again. Detective reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue. I'll explain how to do it now. Inosuke is all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I can go like that. Okay, but by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in a stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch a person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Okay. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among us, the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus the detective. Then pursue him and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Okay, exactly. Which means that even if investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. So it's not lost. How do I... Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, that means it's, look around. Oh, look around. I see. Pursue. Excuse me. Yeah! What the... What's the meaning of this? Bruh. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful English woman who testified at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, alright. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. They're like Phoenix and Edward? He's not the prosecutor, though. Well, he'll be on the stand. I mean, spoiler alert. He'll be like on the stand on the other side later. But he's not, he's like not the actual prosecutor. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Excuse me. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Hmm. The lady is right. Our country's police practice are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation involved in flawless. Do you have new evidence to present? What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Oh my god. You have some shit? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Bruh. Okay. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Okay, the bottle. Ooh! Is that... Does the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on a day in question? And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now, but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Nobody was questioning if it was not carbonation water though. Carbonated water though. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. Oh, we're gonna say poison though. We investigate, be like, he got killed by like poisoning. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Bruh. They don't have the science to testify. No, they do. They just didn't do it. I can't say I condemn the witness action, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Okay. I think we have to examine and then look at it then. Huh. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed a bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seems to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, Consul, you may resume the cross-examination. The green? Can't find any out of place. It's the top. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Oh. Wait, somebody said that she was French! Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask, bruh. You could just say that you don't know. That's it? I think that's the clue, no? We just know that this is French. She's gonna say something like English or something. And then like slip. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. The coffee? No idea when a partner may burn his wrist. Is it the water? Leave me a trace. Pick up on anything anyway. Is it the last line we showed a bottle? Think of any. Leave a trace. Read our glass and toast. Poor man. Is the poor man? He's not poor, expensive? But I think the poor isn't saying that he's broke, no? No, it can't be this line. It has to be the last line then. Oh, taken without trace. No, it's this. We're like poison. Okay. What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one more method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Yeah. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Walson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as a professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. I mean, except the waitress. Jazlit Brett, it was you. Okay, do we have the technology to prove that there's poison inside? This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a strap of evidence. Yeah. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed a accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Amen. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the— Shut up! Oh my god, stage 2. It is you who should be silent! Oh. Lovely young lady, gentlewoman. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. Let's go. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady? To what are you referring to? Referring? I society your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean. Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. So there's no poison. You did. So the poison was on the fork. I don't know. I've forgotten what my guiding principle is already. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. You do? I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. Oh my god. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Okay, she brought toxin from UK. From London. She's a student in a laboratory. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were miraculously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Clocker? I mean, she has methods. She could have methods. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. Did I saw the special courts? You're talking about when they had the JPEG Phoenix, right? The little like celebration animation they did? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the special JB contents of the game? Oh, you're talking about a special court, yeah. Have I don't remember. I know they have like special JP contents, I think. Is it in the Chronicle? I don't think so, no. Did they package it in here? I don't think so. It's like other DLCs. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Rah. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Consul. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything, brah. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Uh-oh. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Brah. Oh no! I'm just glad the matter is resolved. The second one is Phoenix Wright via Zona Secondary for the race in a second. Oh yeah, no, I saw the ads. Yes, I saw the ads. I saw the ads with Phoenix Wright. The one before the first game, did I see? I probably seen it. Before proceeding, I must ask the consul for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court? Present the court at this point? Yes, we have to. Kazuma, I'm sorry. Yunosuke, I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Objection! Iali! Oh no. Mada? Let's go! Sing to rescue. Please, wait. Who are you, lady? Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceeding, Your Excellency. Yeah. Susato Mikotova. Directo assistant to the defense. Susato, yeah. In my darkest hours, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. Raigeki, and in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. It's the poison they found in a laboratory. Yeah, they're saying that he was like, you need to do something, and she was like, yes. In the what's that thing called? During the break. Trial part 3. This is the last part then. With the proving the poison, I guess? Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A jurisdictional assistant and a woman, no less. Bruh. Bruh! The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Foreshadowing part 2. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is this? A report about something. Written in English. It's her research. Yep. The English woman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to their university. I went to Dr. Wilson laboratory in a medical facility and borrowed this paper. That's what I said. She has access to like stuff because like a laboratory. And like she also, I don't know, literally might be some stuff that only is in UK. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Yep. I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceeding of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristic, right here. Career and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Career? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. Okay. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Let's go. Let me see. Goodbye then, and good luck. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. Why not UK? The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralyze of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Ah, okay, so it's from the burn. Such as that inflicted by a blow-wipe dart. Dart! Due to its ability to... Oh, the hunter, I guess, yeah. To render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. Okay, yeah. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused for as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patient would die of suffocation. Okay. Is this? You have had long enough, Consul. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but yes, we do. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency? Dinusuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. That we've said like last chance like 5 times already. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Huh. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... No. It's not very long until tea time. I have to politely... Forgive me, Miss Britt. It seems I wasn't clear. Yeah, you don't have a choice. I realized it was a phrase as a question, however. Yeah, but I'm afraid. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but... Inferior? The Japanese language makes no sense. Bruh. My apologies, dear lady. So, Consul, what is this new evidence that deems the court's attention? Miss Jazily Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Watson at Yume University doing research. Oh, and her motive is that she's not getting picked? No, but like she doesn't need to overstudy. She's from UK. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Consul? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even a slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Yeah. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxin, they'll never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order! Consul, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authorized by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report says that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot with arrow laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Trumpery, these aspirations are utterly trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and weirdly in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. Nope, anesthesia? That's true. But what do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. Yep. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curare was used. Explain yourself, Consul. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man loses all strength in his muscles, he'll collapse on the floor. But with a chair underneath him for support, as Dr. Watson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow. Kazuma. That's just paralyzed. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused an immediate paralyzed, as I said, and leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscle that control restoration to fail. Restoration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep before the victim himself. His final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly career poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle console actually contains a terrifying poison. This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Amen. If I may, all these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners. Shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the result as you deserve them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever you do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a hideous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Hahaha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? What, she's gonna break it? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? What? Oh, she's gonna drink it now? Well, okay, she has the cure though. She has some pills to cure it, I guess. It loses effect after 3 days. Don't get too big for your booze. You insignificant little island boys. Island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable. Is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Okay, this is improved shit though. Cheers. Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. So, no career? The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the finding of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our country. Oh yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Bruh. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. It's not on the bottle. It's on the plate. The burnt thing. So how did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charity will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There, There has to have been poison in that bottle. It's not in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't. It's the burn. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. Let's go. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'll be dead by now. Yeah, 反正 turnabout. 逆转开始. Gyakuten start. Sometimes your unadulterated natively sound really, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of revolt, bruh. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a glidless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Consul, to which you will be penalized. What? What? Ah, this whole trial was poison. What? There has been poison in that bottle that isn't there. But there can't have been because otherwise she would have known we're dead. What? Wait. Come on. So it does. Okay, so it's the thing I said. She had the pill. Bruh. The carpet did put curate poison into Dr. Watson's carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. Hell, exactly. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in a court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense really intends to assert this claim, it's in the glass. It's in the glass. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. It's the glass that she took. How the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water and scatter. Let me see. Examine. Is there like a dart? A solution. Okay, so it has to be this. She took the glass that had the toxin, and then that's another new glass. The glass with the water. I have no idea. Is it a handbag? She was already paralyzed. He already had the... He was already like, could I apply as an anesthetic? The solution. Well, I mean, we don't know the solution. Is it the dark part? But they're saying that there is poison in the bottle, not on the burn. No, it has to be this. Body through a wound. It occurs. Oh yeah, it only occurs when it's okay. It's the wound. It is this. So like drinking is. So we're gonna say it's not the bottle then. It's not the glass. No? Answer to this riddle is right here in own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all. Yeah, it is. We don't speak English. That report is utter drivelage. What? This impudent young scholar is trying to ridicule the court. Your Excellency. Bruh, I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Sasato-san's notes. Her notes in JP. I concur. Oh my god. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Okay, yeah, we redirect to the... Yeah, okay. The Pentinen section. Okay. Alleged answer to the riddle. It's the... wait a sec. The second page. Right here. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this career poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh? Console? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of an arrow that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. Okay, so my logic is right. So we've been led to believe yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use lace arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunter were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they would be eating poison. Good gracious, console. No, that would be madness. But I actually found an answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When career enters the body through an open wound, it has terrible poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authorized this research. You knew career special characteristics, so you knew that you could make a spectacular of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rascaption? Well, you're skit, it turns out. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it is possible. So, the ill-breed little puppy has a new toy to play with, some fancy read in the book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, curate is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes? Well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Okay, this is the burn. That's right. Good gracious. Bruh. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? We literally proved about the burn marks, bruh. Order in court, order? Easy. Logic holds, if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this rare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Bruh. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Nope. Let's go. Burn, what is this? Welling up inside me. Objection! I've never felt like this before. It's sort of a conviction to break down all the discrepancy. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Let's go. Objection. Yeah, Lee. Oh my god, it's so big, the mask. I don't think so. Miss Giselle, Brit. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim saw the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Wilson is dead. Console, I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. It's just a photo. It's just a photo. She don't know that. But 指明什么东西？星什么？星星什么？ We were in the zone. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Watson alone have been killed by the Korean? Take that. Kurae! What? That's right! I'm sorry, Console, but the slipshod manner in which you've tossed the evidence before the court, what the fuck? Does not inspire confidence? Huh? Listen, I don't get finished though. There's no need to overthink this. We know that Korean's toxin event only come into play when a poison entered the body via a wound. Right, so that only can mean that when Dr. Watson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. So, oh, the teeth! So we need some evidence that would prove the professor had a wound inside his mouth. Ah, of course. 对不对？直进，明镜止水之心。Console, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must fry Camille and okay, nope, not admit it. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. As Miss Breslow readily pointed out, she drank the same water as a professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of career are only felt when a poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healing person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes. Like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Ah! Miss Brett, you have acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Walson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Breakdown? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-big arguments are also per-eating? Uh-oh. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, she's gonna destroy evidence. You see? When you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Okay, even if you crash this, we can still try to detect. I mean, it doesn't matter. We couldn't detect anyways, right? So we would have to send it to some Europe lab to try to get this. So even if it splashes down, like we could like try to get it up. It doesn't have to be in a container. No, I mean it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much as water from the broken bottle as possible at once. Yeah, it's not gonna dry up immediately. You're wasting your time. This light-full carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. What the fuck? I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. Okay, doesn't matter. We just test carpet. You have neither the technology nor the presence of the mind to recover it. Okay, we just sent it to a European lab. Like... How could you? You won't get away with this. You can throw the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. Susato gonna help us again here with the testing? But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. The gun? Isn't that right? Console for the prosecution. Well, I mean, the gun is just there for prop because he didn't die from a gunshot. Well, I mean, no, there's still the gun sound. And the gunshot, yeah, right here. Referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. We still have to be like, there's probably still a gun. That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using career. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until you picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. And then turn the chair? Then, in the confusion that followed, yeah, all you had to do was to turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. Hehehe. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. You like evidence? A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you won't have a shred of evidence. You don't have a shred of evidence, exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution remains in charge. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Huh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. But now, is she really going to get away with this? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? You come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head, we have big forehead system in this. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt. Oh, we're gonna go back to this, like, there's a pic, like, when he remembered, like, the lady was sitting across the table. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Yeah. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. There was blood on. Huh. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeves, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on in, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Okay, that's not evidence though. Well, I mean, we have the photo, but... Alright, I can't wait. Oh yeah! It's just the beef is being rare. Yeah, it's just a rare beef. That's why there's blood. It's niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who the real killer must have been is, I mean, the blood. She's gonna say that for sure. This is the rare beef. Okay, that beef looks like not even medium rare. That looks like fully cooked. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Do you have the plate? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. He'd be like, yeah, I preserved the fucking plate, and then be like, oh, let's do DNA testing now with the blood. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Yeah. Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. So it got wiped then, no? Or, because it doesn't look like there's a blood here. And I saw that the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Oh yeah, the bullet didn't went through. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. 不是啊，因为他 autopsy 写了，子弹没有穿过身体。The plate of the stake is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Walsa in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. I mean, also the bullet didn't went through. So, yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Desolate Brit, I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Okay, but like, what if like Hosonaga doesn't have the fucking plate? But like, we're just BSing here. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused is seeing? It's the blood that he coughed up, huh? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Promotion time. Promotion time. But like, yeah, I have it. Here it is. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. And the interest. You did what? I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the surgeon had been eating. Let's go. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir? Bruh. Oh my god. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Luminal, we need her powder testing kit. Of course it isn't. Oh no, the powder's for finger. It's the spray, luminal spray. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. No blood. Uh-oh. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. Uh-oh. No blood. This is three days old steak. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial, brah. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceeding is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Brah. Ha. The sorry-looking steak reveals the fact all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Can I examine this? Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Nope. Let's see. Examine. The back. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Bruh, it's a cow. Obviously, it's a bull. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Oh! Oh. Huh? What the? What in roll is this? Oh, the coin that he was trying to find, no? I think it's it's a Kobe coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei area, I believe. He stole it? No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Kobe? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Kobe. Yeah, I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and ballin. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei area too. That will make it really quite valuable. As well marinated in the juices as well look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. What? My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Misuke. A Kobe coin underneath this steak, there's only one logical explanation. She's a thief? Okay, well, that's it then. This is it now? I've lost. Yunosuke? It's not over yet. Not until the final gravel, huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Susuemae. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I did. As evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial would be unnecessary. Objection! Does the defense have any objection? Yes. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Here's another clue. Another BS. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of meat is hiding another clue. Oh, the shocking truth. Just lift it up. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Brett. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. Let's go. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Yep. Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's go. Counsel for defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluring. Precisely is the new clue we found underneath this. Okay. Oh yeah. What a road is this? I think it's a Kobe coin. The hallmark is sort of Hoei area, I believe. No. I mean, what is it? What's doing here? This is the same. Did you say it was a Coleman? Yes, and apart from the meat juice, it looks to be good condition. I imagine it's very valuable, huh? It's the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Coleman. Heard the pros before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. Yeah, okay. Did I just click there? I present, yeah. Okay, oh, wait, I did it. Okay, I don't click, but I have the cursor on this. So like, we were like forced to investigate here, anyways. Got it. Right here. Good gracious, that's Coleman? One on Earth? A Hoei area one at that, Miss Brett? This is in fact the beef steak that you order at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hiding underneath the meat? Shut up! What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chief in the moment of distraction. Nope. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare horrible bin just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency? Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoenn Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give him my lawyer job right now. You're not a lawyer, though. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant, even though I am the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what is doing under that steak. The owner. Yeah. Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Lokunana. This is where we call Lokunana here. Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and the owner of Rasate Kyoryo Lokunana-san. Kyuri, as in Mr. Cucumber or something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yeah. Lokunana to the rescue. Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. He was on the floor. At the exact moment, the gun was fired. He was on the floor, trying to find it because he dropped it. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Yeah, too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for a treasure. Indeed, the Hoenn era Koban, my prize coin. Then this Koban. Do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would Lokunana-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring him back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Okay. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down this real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. We have 4 people here, plus the baby has 5. This is a long fucking table here, or a stand. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that's dinner time for little baby Aldo? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in Trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this rustic shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Lokunana-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasatan memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? That's, yes. Oh my god, that's a feet. Oh my god, his feet has the... the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, spatifious, Hoenn treasure that my rusty bone managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Yo man, enlighten this discreet old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in a seasoned meat juice. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Yeah, it's the surgeon. Somebody concealed my treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an inconceivable thing. We know. Right there. Look at him. Excuse me? Could I say something? I think we have to do the, like, look over. Look around? Yes, of course. Proceed. Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in a restaurant in order to investigate another case. That's the other case. That's the other case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thieves targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on a job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coben incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in a restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Loconada's Coben is all too clear. Yeah. What? What? Oh wow, we just pointed out. I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Tell us who is the civil squirrel that stole Loconada's Coben and hid it under the stake. Nosa? Obviously, it can only be you. Yeah. Surgeon Iasa Nose. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Coben, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes. Get it? But it wasn't me. It was Aldo. Aldo's the mastermind behind all of this. Okay. But, like, you're responsible for your baby here. Okay, but how did the kid fucking put the coin underneath the meat then? You have pushed the blame for your crimes onto your own son and innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Surgeon Osa. Do we get a breakdown? Bruh. Wah. Yeah. Ah! Breakdown, breakdown, breakdown. Chipply drop, clipply clop, clipply clop, clipply clop. Breathe! What? Nippon Empire Army Surgeon Iasa Nosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What? Bruh. Do any of you know of the extremely low wages the Nippon Empire Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? So he's talking about his motive. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were selling things at the restaurant. The place is haven with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'll join chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and a fork, even. Such is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Coben. Yes. Sir, he was an easy target. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. Bruh. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found my coin in the pocket, I'll be finished. Auto too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on a double. I slipped it underneath the steak. Hoping that I'll be able to re-renderis with it again at a later date. Okay, now how does that prove anything though? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Bruh. The thief of the convent was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddle sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Walson's murder. Of course it is, hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonetheless, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Bruh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Bruh. And good day. No. What's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no. It's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Huh? Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. What? Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. 娃哈哈矿泉水，谢谢投喂，谢谢投喂，谢谢爱情果仁。娃哈哈哈哈哈。Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Yeah. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you, bruh. This is like the fucking 10th time we have it last night. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few minutes ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? 你的 skit 是爆出来的。它是盲盒吗？是 Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astonished me. I mean, there was a contradiction here. And as for picking up your steak and biting it into without using a knife or fork. Beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Aww. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Going to need to see evidence, Consul. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Me? Oh, there's fork and knife on this? With the meat? Yes, okay. Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is a plate of steak that you can see on the victim's plate. They changed it? The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. 没有三种语言。塑料日语。Now you're just splitting tears. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? What's unnatural for? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Oh, They're saying that she ate it without knife and fork. Steve noticed it too. Miss Brett. 苏小雨, notice it exactly, console. Just a few minutes ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate flicking up a steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife. She's not Englishman? Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. So? So, I mean, it's so, she can say it's unimaginable. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness actually claims, what then contemplate eating anything without using a fork and knife? There shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. Isn't she saying that she just can't imagine because, like, as an English person, that's like barbaric? 怎么还可以偷你猫爪的？谢谢。But what is your actual point? Yeah, what are you trying to say here? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... Shut up! Huh? New napkin. Ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, I guess they're saying that, yeah, that's her teeth mark. Okay, I see it now, okay. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Bruh. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Just leave everything to me. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. What, she's not English? Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. It has? The mysterious teeth mark in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. The most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Walson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Consul. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything. Your Excellency? Huh? Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Walson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? Exactly. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threads. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. Oh, it's the swan that ate it. This is absurd. The trial has for several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Yeah, someone in this very courtroom. It's this. It's a chicken. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, why would she say yes? It would solve everything remaining mystery about this case. Okay, but they don't have teeth. They don't have teeth though. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. 但是大鳄没有牙齿的。 I don't think the swan can even leave the bite marks like that. The teeth marks? Console, I'm disappointed, as this is likely your last chance. Would have expected you to be taking it more seriously. What? Oh, it seems you needed some waking up. Oh fuck, perhaps a penalty will help focus your mind. What? Now we come this. It's the baby. There's nothing more. Baby doesn't have teeth. There's nothing more to say. One person in particular who provides us with the various piece of evidence already. Yeah, plenty of clues that point to the right answer. What? This is the last act in this trial, and you have center stage. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last. Okay. I mean, the blood could be from his teeth, but he's not eating. Is the baby? It can't be Susato. Satoru has more stuff. It's just not presented. It's either this or the baby, Okay, it is. He has it. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. I mean, you did it like 3 times already. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Okay, so we're talking about the fucking plate. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Surgeon Nosa told the court the following. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Rokunada's coins, he told us that he slipped it under the steak, yeah? You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. 不是北小孩。他问谁？他说证据还没有，就是还没有就是 present， 但是有人有证据，所以是那个服务员。Surgeon Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Oh. Tension, affirmative. Of course, I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'll mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. So yeah, the steak got switched. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier. Yeah, it's not the... Yeah, okay, so I said, yeah, they swapped it. Was it in fact Surgeon Nosa's meal. Yeah. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table, so... I mean, the coin is fucking underneath it. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Yeah, so yeah, she didn't eat it. Yeah, of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? What paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the surgeon switched the 2 sticks over. Yeah, he did. He literally said that. That's what he said. What? Now what? You did switch the plates. Oh, it's not just the plate. It's not the steak. It's the plate. Well, after it happened, okay, so he has the plate. So he did. Okay, but he can't also preserve the other plate, no? When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'll be it. I'll be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steaks with the ones on the foreign lady table. Okay, but including the plate? What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. Bruh. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt, bruh. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable? unbelief. However, fear not, prosecutor-san. Prosecutor-san, what now? I stood on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. Okay. Where's the other plate then? So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back on his own table. Okay, but where's that? Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. He fucking had all the plates. He preserved every single shit because of the perfection. Yes? Earlier in the trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the surgeon's. He did? When did you say that? That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. Uh-oh. Oh. That's correct, brah. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of duck meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on this case. The blood. No, you're not wiggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Defendant seeing. Things he remembers. I do! I'm quite sure of what I saw, Ms. Britt. On the side of the plate that was on a table directly behind Dr. Walson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Britt. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Where does he even have these? Yes, sir? He has to go back to the place and then go get it, no? Grab it. Or wherever he, sorry for keeping you. Wherever he, preserves them. Let's go. Let's go. There is the other steak and the split. Please, feel free to examine it. We don't even need to examine it, right here. The blood stain is clearly visible, look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. 吃掉没事，是血，物证是血，不是肉。It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Walson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Breakdown? That's right. Miss Giselle Brett? It's you. Let's go. Oh. Outdone. By a Japanese, me. By a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Oh my god, is it gonna run away? Yeah! Oh my god, a chicken fell down! Ah! Oh my god, a black one! Oh my god, she escaped to heaven. Oh my god! Oh my god, I have like the squishy stuff. I have squishy stuff that look exactly like this. 我有长得一模一样的捏这个鸡。Oh my god. So basically the chicken, I mean the swan laid chickens, including a black one for some reason. Oh, that's the ugly duckling? 丑小鸭是吧？那是黑的，那是灰色的。The gray one? And then she has this motion of going to fucking heaven. Escaping. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Yeah, I have the same version. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court was actually having that day the truth this time. Bruh. We don't see her eyes? Gladly, Your Excellency. What? She's gonna confess? It was I who took the professor's life, using career. Oh my god. As you surprise, I choose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So he planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because career is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Oh, she doesn't care because she gets parole or something, since she's not Japanese. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the law that they're premising on right now. 他可能招供也没事吧，因为他是英国人。I know I only needed to see the professor take on one tiny sip of this water and it would all be over. I could place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he has been dining alone. And leave immediately, however. Yeah. She's not gonna get, I mean, she can be guilty, but she's not gonna get belief and, detention. I don't even use detention, you just go to, I guess you still go to detention before, even if you're found guilty. Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you? Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor. Yeah. Meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Yeah, no, she doesn't get arrested, yeah. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. She just leaves. Back to UK. I made sure he was sitting in a chair such that he wouldn't fall. Yeah. There was no going back at that point. So I concluded a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Walson's murder on this innocent man. Happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. Oh, so it's his gun. I had the bottle of career in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh, she also has a pistol. Oh, yeah. There has to be a pistol because she shot it. And the other gun is his own under her skirt. So it was under her skirt. So I was right. Yeah, there was two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bend down and pick it up. Yeah. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though, at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was perfect and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Watson from where he picked up the gun. Okay. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor, not confession. Your Excellency, yes. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. She just fucking leaves. Wait, so he also knows about this? I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Bruh. Objection. Bruh. Oh my god. Well, I mean, we get our non-guilty. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, even if she's like, even if we say like she's guilty, the announcement's for us. It was seen this trial has finally run its course. Presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsushi Aichi does not lose. This is like his first loss, and then he just L's. How many years? This is like 1,000 years. Even L and Korean, not to like of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Yeah, the original here. This is the original. This is just the first L. Not Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes. This insults the insults the family name will never be forgotten. There's a lore here. You become concealed with age, console, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Boomer, stand down. It's the way of the role. May you never forget that. What's that for? Oh, yeah. This part, yes. Oh my god. Haircut lore. 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Echi clan will never measure up to the Naruto again. Oh my god. Oh. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Foreshadow. I understand, Your Excellency. I wonder what that is, huh? What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how I can put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry out that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Forced into becoming a lawyer here. Let's go. Not guilty. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Taberi? Yeah! Oh my god! Sakura petals. Bruh, he's still in shock right here with the haircut. Okay. This court is now adjourned. Kind of feel bad, bruh. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through the horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally put it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocent. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant, you worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Fritz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceeding, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Director Assistant to Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Walson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Watson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. The Heckin hospital? Oh, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Yeah, and then now right here, he just leaves to UK. It leaves a role. Great Britain is a magnificent story. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Yeah, he is. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is the soul. Yeah, the katana. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me what's happened to the woman. To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. She deported? It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. Yeah. For Shanghai? What? Shanghai? 怎么还有魔都的时间? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of conjugal jurisdiction. Consular? Okay, but and she's just going to Shanghai for what? More studies? Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate, but what's all this about? Consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices cannot be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed a friendship treaty. Oh yeah. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. 印度嘛是吧? They can't invoke a consular juror just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. Yeah, there was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. Bruh. The British government foreign affairs ministers has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreigner student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebrado drink. The sukiyaki, Professor. You're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Yunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Oh, we're going to the steak? In that case, yeah, might I suggest La Carnival. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective? Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Well, he's also a waitress. Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Narusoto Sound's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Walson. Kazuma? Yes? Yunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. Didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Yep. Let's go. Well, I'm not so sure about that. This is the promise here. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Yunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon any lawyer needs needs in order to win trust the defendant of knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? To believe the bullshit. To believe the bluffing. To believe the BS. A defense lawyer has to fight for his client. He has to believe in them at all times. Like he believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. I believe I can fly. Sometimes in a courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Turn around, table, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seamlessly hopeless situation time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stop believing in me, thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Yunosuke, let's go. Well, it's a favor, really. something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I arranged rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be right there. Okay. Right. Go away. What is it? Let's pick up this conversation again later. And it never picks up. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Oh yes, that too. So very first trial came to an end. Oh yeah, this is all flashback. Yep. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. What do you mean? Like, he had all the fucking key evidence. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma had not yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Is he supposed to be Gumshoe? No, he's not Gumshoe. Well, I guess he kind of acts like the Gumshoe here. Let's go. Defense debut. Okay. Oh my god, we get Sherlock next case. Okay, yeah. Oh, it goes here. I see. Oh. Oh, nice. It doesn't roll through immediately, no. Back. Yeah, return to title screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so because like the cover is like, yeah, we're gonna go on a boat next time. Right here, yeah, right here is in the La Carnival. Yeah. 刀子是第一部结尾吧 I forgot when the like the shocking stuff happens. I mean, not shocking, but like the plot twist. Hound of Baskerville? Yeah, that's the last case. I think, is it EP3? I think there's a case that's more than 12 hours, but it's not the final case. I think it's the third case, but I don't remember if it's the first one or the second one. Actually, I can try to... Let me find it now. It's... Okay, yeah, the final case here is like maybe like 12 hours. It's like 10 hours walkthrough. Yeah, it's the third case of 2. So this is right here is 1. The third case of 2 is like 9 hours walkthrough, so close to 12 hours as well. But it's not a final case. But I think I know that case. 刷有刀子，出发刀子不是亚双翼的事情吗？ That's fine. We'll get to know the timeline after playing all the episodes here. Not so fast at 2. We have to finish 1 first. The first case is good. Time to forget, bruh. I think I know. I can see why people don't like the first case. Not because it's like a long tutorial, but I mean the part that's not like too BS in terms of the what's her name again? Miss Brett. I feel like it'll be. It does feel like it's like a long case for like people that never played Ace Attorney though. But it's like 6 hours. I mean, it's not 6 hours. Like 5 hours. Is like mid case. Mid case is like 6 hours. So yeah. Like the investigation of this case was fine. I mean, not investigation, but the court part of trying to find, like, it didn't feel like dragged out, you know. The next case, yeah, the next case is like 6 hours, and then EP3 is also like 5 hours. EP4 7 to 8 hours. Yeah, last case will be like 12 hours probably. Close, maybe like close to 12 hours. Just split it just in case. Okay. We'll do EP2 next time. Let me upload the VOD so it's in one piece for second trial. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's somebody playing GA right now. Let's raid them. I'm gonna go eat like a lot of like steak and chickens. 走了走了走了，吃饭洗澡睡觉。Let's fucking go. What case are they on? Oh my god. You guys will see the glass shatter. Oh yeah, he also put his like feet on the table. The prosecutor of GAA. Oh my god, he also has the costume on. I'm not sure which case is this, though. But yeah. I'll see you guys next time. GAA, Great Ace Attorney. 缩写 GAA. The Great Ace Attorney, short for GAA. Okay. Bye 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 bye.